Alexa, second light white.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Alexa. What the fuck? It said no range. These are the worst. These fucking. Oh, I'll bet the fucking thing is all fucked up. Ooh. Oh wow. This is nice. Ryan Gosling, his facial hair looks really nice. And you're thinking, God, why do you talk about such boring stuff? Talking about how you need a wind muff on your microphone, and now you got it. As if anyone cares. Well, oh my fucking God. I'm so fucking dumb. Trust me, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. And that's the whole joke. That's the whole point of it. It's like that you'd want to hear that. You'd want to hear me talk about my microphone and, you know, other stuff that I don't want to say out loud. But, you know, but remember to ask me that if you can remember, okay? If you're in person and you say, what was it? You know, that other stuff you didn't want to talk about, and you're laying on the couch, and it was like on Wednesday night. What was that thing you were talking about? If you ask me, I'll tell you. It's pretty freaking something you wouldn't want to say out loud, I don't think. And so we have to get a new song on. We're going to have a good show tonight. We got a lot of interesting things happening. Okay, we have a lot of gossip to discuss. And we strangely have the headphones are cutting out. I'm wearing iPad Pro headphones, part AirPod Pro headphones, and they fucking suck. And they're attached to the Bluetooth of my phone, and they keep fucking up. I'm getting rid of these. I don't like these. Okay, so our gossip is about to get pretty good. I'm not really that good at gossip right now because, you know, I have to be alone for that. And, but, you know, that's just superstition, really. So let's just get the party started, okay? Let's just get the party started. We have some uncomfortable gossip to talk about tonight. Some comfortable gossip is going to get a little bit tricky. Okay, and we're going to first start off with this video. We're going to get to the good stuff, don't worry. But we're going to start off with a little now, remember, I have oh shit. Okay, here we go. The iPad is about to die. That's very bad. Okay, so we have this singer here. Okay.
I tried to tell you, didn't know where to stay. You believe she can see through, cutting at the silent clay of relief.
Now, what do you notice here? Okay, remember, I have a facial deformity. Okay, my left eye is lower than my right one. Okay, I'm not wearing my eyelid tape. Now, what are you thinking? Now, what do the comments say? Okay, what do the comments say? Now, remember, we're all telepathic. The people in the comments are telling her what she wants to hear. I assume that the guitar break was Buck because it sounded so much like his style. She's talking about Jeff Buckley. Do you know who Jeff Buckley is? Hearing her play it solo highlights what a great guitarist she is. Y'all don't understand how hard the guitar is. I think we are witnessing the greatest songwriter of this generation. Adrienne is unmatched, brilliant, and beautiful. Thank you, Adrienne. It helped me today. And my favorite was... Where is it? I'm crying and my tears are getting stuck to my fake eyelashes and I can't get them out, and it's pissing me off. I love this song. I was kind of crying too. I was seduced. Okay? But we're going to do a little bit of an analysis. We're going to go a little bit deeper. And remember, I have a facial deformity, so don't call me cruel for what I'm about to say. We have 375,000 views, and this is where Mother knows best. I was heavily debating on sending this to my mom, emailing this to my mom and my cousin. Oh, look at this. Look, what do you think of this singer? Okay, but you degrade your quality when you do something like that, even when it's a really good singer. In my opinion, you wait till you're asked for something like that. For something as sacred as music, you wait till the person has the question. Okay, now I also... Okay, so I'm going to pause it now, because at 1 minute and 22 seconds, you've already heard the whole fucking song. She's just going to repeat the same thing over and over now. Now, I said this to my mom. I said, wow, what do you think of this singer-songwriter? Isn't she so good? My mom goes, well, she's bopping her head a lot, at the end. I said she looks like she's giving herself a concussion. She starts really bopping her head. She just goes crazy with it, like she's a metal singer. Well, who are you, Fleetwood Mac or Slipknot? Okay. Now, who am I? Well, I wrote Bitches Ain't Shit, I Suck My Own Dick. Okay? Now you might say, well, she has 375,000 views. Okay, yeah, Van Gogh never had any audience either. No, that's cool. Van Gogh never had any audience either. What's going on with her? She's bopping her head. Okay, let's just assume that Bitches Ain't Shit, I Suck My Own Dick is better than hers, and I know what I'm doing. And the fact that only 10 people listen to mine means that it's better. Clearly, the state of the world is fucked. Clearly, the world is so retarded that we're committing global suicide. Being popular is not really a compliment. So what's went wrong with this girl? Well, the first thing you'll notice, and this was in the back of my mind. I went downstairs, I said, oh great, the kitchen light is on. My mom's in the kitchen doing something. She's not watching TV. I'm not going to interrupt her show just to show her this artist. I was really excited. I was crying too at how beautiful this artist was. But I was hypnotized by something else. I was seduced by her pain, which I saw from my empathy. I was going to her level, but she wasn't going to mine. So I'm crying. I'm flabbergasted. I take the iPad downstairs. I say, I'll test this out right here. I say, what do you think of this singer? I turn it on play. I take my headphones out. I go into the living room. I check on my naan bread that I'm making, which is more like a focaccia at this point. Super crunchy. Now, does Ryan Gosling do steroids? I'll bet. He's on the TV right now. I say to my mom, what do you think of this? I'm expecting her to go, what? Oh my God, this is amazing. I'm expecting her to say that. She goes, it's kind of repetitive. She's bopping her head a lot. Suddenly I see it. I go, yeah, her nose is pretty big, isn't it? She has a big nose. She's probably trying to make up for the fact that her nose is so big by bopping her head so much. Trying to get people in the vibe. Come on, guys. Yeah, yeah. And she's dancing too hard. Everyone, clap your hands. Okay, we've been there. I have a facial deformity. I did fake cheering to impress Chelsea. Okay, I understand. But this girl looks like she's 30. Okay, I did this when I was 20. Okay, if you get a tattoo in your 20s, that's retarded. If you get a tattoo in your 30s, you should get put down. And what went wrong with her? Well, she's wondering if her entire life is a waste because of that nose. So what does she do to compensate? Oh, and she stood up too. I saw her body too. We're just not going to mention that. Okay. No, she could get away with it if she had a certain body, which she doesn't. And so she starts playing music. She says, you know what? I'm going to be more of a guy than a guy. We all know that if a woman asks you to marry her, it means that she's ugly and broken and, unfuckable. And fucking, now did Dance Girl ask me to marry her? No, I gave Dance Girl a ring, okay? And, a beautiful woman will be chased, okay? That's, she doesn't have to chase a guy. She just tells the guy, chase me, and then he chases her. She's actually doing the chasing. She's like getting technical talent. But can she write a song? Well, yeah, you can write a song. Oh, no, the answer is no, she can't. I'm saying, yeah, okay, honey, let's break this down. You can write a verse. Anyone can do that. That's pretty easy. To go from a chorus to a verse, but I meant that backwards. To go from a verse to a chorus is a lot more difficult. And her chorus is almost the same as her verse. That's more difficult, but it's not that difficult. And you might get lucky on that. And a band like that is Modest Mouse. They never write a bridge. It's not that good. And if you're going to do that, you have to be very feely. You have to talk like this. Oh, hey, how is it going? How are you? You have to be extremely feely because you have to compensate with your textures, with your aesthetic sensibility. Because you don't have the raw technical talent. You have to have a fucking lots of manicures, and you have to have the nicest clothes because you don't have the raw bone structure. Okay, you can't just wear anything. You have to wear something that flatters you because you don't have the bone structure. She doesn't have the structure to her song. She's just learning technical talent. She's going, oh, hammer on, hammer off, hammer off. She's going, that's impressive, that's impressive. She's learning something that's technically hard to play. And don't get me started on Tim from Polyphobia. And he plays this song called Playing God. And it's like, and it's so fast. But he's not as good as the guitarist from Deftones. You don't have to just be fast. You have to know what to actually play. That is seriously better. And she doesn't have it. She can make you cry because you go to her level, you feel her pain. You know, what she's really saying is, my whole life is a waste because I have a big nose. And, I can never get over that. That's really what she's saying. And to compensate for that, I'm going to be a dude. And I'm going to chase guys to make up for the guys not chasing me, to compensate for the guys not chasing me. All that guys who I didn't get from chasing me, I'm going to chase them and I'm going to get them. And how am I going to do it? By cheating. I'm going to make them think I'm the best musician in the world and no one's going to know the difference. I'll just learn how to do a trick that's really difficult. Like David Blaine, I'll learn how to stick spikes through my balls and not scream. And then I'll just do it. I'll just do it over and over. And people go, what the fuck? And it's like, yeah, I'm that tough. I'm that strong. But that's not necessarily strength. Pain indulgence, indulging in pain is masochism. Okay? And I'm saying this to help this girl, okay? Because I'm someone who, I have a crooked face. And I know that the fact that I'm saying this, the angle, just by some unconscious way, I'm going to know my worst angle, and I'm going to present that to you. I'm going to look as ugly as possible without even trying to, just to karmically spite myself. And I'm putting myself through the ringer just to give this girl a space sting. That she doesn't know how to write a bridge. And she put all her eggs into that one basket of technical talent, but she didn't even focus on the melody. She focused on lyrics, on having the right amount of syllables. She's really good at wordplay. She's really technical. But she doesn't have the soul. And yes, I know she has the soul, but the soul doesn't come out in its expression. You can have the soul too by just weeping, by just laughing. She's trying to express it by something mechanical. She's too mechanical. And is her nose really that big? Well, no, but that's even worse. If her nose was really that big, she would have found the right melody. But because we all know that a silver medal winner in the Olympics is very fucking angry. This is literally true in psychology. A silver medal winner says, I was so close to winning gold, but I didn't get it. Fuck. Whereas a bronze medal winner says, oh my God, I'm in the top 3. Awesome. And they're way more happy. Because her nose is just slightly bulbous. She's not Cyrano de Bergerac. She had to become Cyrano de Bergerac with her lyrics. She has to melt your heart. It has to be just right. It has to be the thing that really hooks you, gets you to cry. She wants you to cry when you hear that. She wants you to say, this girl is so deep. This girl understands me on levels that my parents and my lover never could. This girl understands me in a way that my girlfriend and my wife never could. And I'm alone if not for her. And that's how she feels. Because she's worried and she is trying to fix that worry. She has a very deep fear that her whole life is fucking ruined. But how did she go about fixing that? Writing a really good melody? Or just being a show-off? And then at the end, of course, just to confirm everything I'm saying, at the end of the video, she says, okay, let's do it again. As if doing a boring performance more perfectly fixes anything. You special beauty. And as if to say, well, that wasn't really good enough. And if I were to say, yeah, you're right, she would say, I know, it's because I didn't hammer on good enough. I didn't do the technical part good enough. And I would say, no, that's not why. It's because your music sucks. She would say, you're a bully. I'd say, okay. The fact that you look like a dude gives me permission to punch you in the face for saying that. Because I'm trying to help you. I'm actually putting my neck out, doing the thankless job of telling you how much you suck. When no one else will. Because everyone else is placating you and they're going, oh my God, her nose is so big. But let me tell you something. They wouldn't have even said that your nose is so big if you weren't such a show-off. Your nose is silver medal nose, not bronze medal. And the fact that you're such a show off because of that nose makes people go, oh, why is she so good? Oh, it's because her nose. And you're bringing attention to that. And you're having everyone placate you. And they're all karma farming. They know that you're in need of it. And you're going to hand it right back to them. You're going to go, and your music's so good too, and you're special too. And we're all snowflakes, and let's sing Kumbaya. And I'm just trying my best, and no one's perfect. And I know you think I'm good, but I really got to practice more. And meanwhile, you've been practicing 1,000,000 hours. And you got everyone wrapped around your little finger like a manipulator, like a big Cyrano de Bergerac manipulator. And you basically use your guitar as your proxy, and you're singing as a proxy to hide behind. Because you're a little baby pansy. You're a little pansy. That's what you are. You little pansy. And I would have never noticed your nose either. I would have thought you're a good person. I would have even noticed it. But the fact that you had to play guitar like that, and sing like that, and make me cry, and make me think that it's you going to my level, it made me feel invaded and tricked. And now that I caught on to you, you need a space sting, honey. I'm going to give you a space sting. Now, would I slime her? Yeah, I'd give her a slime. But she wouldn't like that. She'd say, I don't want just a slime. I want to wine and dine. I want to sublime and, a no safe word crime. I want to have a real good time. And I'm like, okay, just shut up. We don't have to, you're not Dr. Seuss, okay? You don't have to make everything into a song as a proxy to hide behind. Can you be vulnerable for once in your life? Can you do anything except hide behind your discipline? Do you think your discipline protects you? Why don't you accept yourself? Why don't you just forgive the fact that you look like an elephant? Get over yourself. You're not that big of a deal. So, anyways, and I never saw it. She tricked me. And then I showed my mom, and she said, yeah, it's kind of repetitive. And I thought, well, you're saying that after 20 seconds. You should hear the whole song. But, and don't worry. I was seduced. I was thinking, imagine me playing that. Imagine me playing that at group, and everyone is going, ah, ah, doing background music. And right as I'm singing it, they're going, oh my God, I'm participating in something otherworldly. Whoa, a real alpha male is singing creativity incarnate, showing me how I never knew I felt, expressing my most intimate personal thoughts through music. He's found me. I was all alone and he found me. How did he find me? And he has the home for me. He has the home for me. I'm home. I found my kindred spirit. Okay, I imagined everyone singing this, saying this. And that was me singing this. I was thinking, I need to put this through a voice filter so it's a guy's voice. So I can imagine this is me. I mean, that's how powerful this woman's deception is. She got through my firewall. She had a Trojan horse in there. That big nose is a Trojan horse. There's a lot going on there. And of course she has a big old boy's haircut. To say, well, it's not just a bulbous nose. It's just that I have a boy's haircut. I'm not dainty. I'm like Natalie Portman. Okay, so that was space sting number 1. Now, do we have any more space stings to give? We might. Let's talk about what happened on our bike ride today. But first, let's check the fridge for snacks. We do have Dr. Pepper. Oh, we're not drinking that. We do have more falafels. Yeah, we could have that. We do have more bubbly. But that is kind of bad to have by itself. But whatever, I'm thirsty. Am I ever going to get Punjabi choli again? Nope. If I want chana masala, I'm going to Zares to get actual chana masala. Otherwise, I'm getting butter chicken. So now you can see I have, I don't want to draw attention to it, but I have crooked face. Okay. And now I know what you're thinking, but yeah, you have a super hot body, and so you just have Jolly Lade syndrome. Yeah, but I didn't know that. So I still, I still got on with my life, and I tried her methods too. But I wasn't a fucking sellout about it. I tried only to deceive one person. I only sent it to one person. I didn't try to impress the whole world. I had found who I wanted. I didn't give a shit about anyone else. She's just trying to get, every load in the fucking building. Which is a good mating strategy. Of course, you would have gangbangs. In nature, you'd have a gangbang. That's how you'd get pregnant. Now, do you know who else has a crooked face? Is Ryan Gosling. He didn't get surgery like I did, which is good for him. He made a better choice than I did. After Chelsea rejected my song, I played it her way too. Adrienne Lanker, or whatever her name is. I did the same thing as her. I didn't get accepted by Chelsea, and then I went out and had cosmetic surgery. I got cut under the knife, under local anesthetic on my eyelid. It was excruciatingly, horrifyingly painful with anesthetic. And I did that to further emasculate and humiliate myself like that girl is doing. To say I'm a total train wreck and a complete failure, and let me just prove it to everyone. And it didn't fucking work. And then I died inside. And then I found Din Venom's ex-pig. And I thought, this one's really hot too. But I'm a face guy. And this one is a body, so I don't care about bodies. So I didn't freak out over it. A guy who loves tits, he won't have a girlfriend who likes nice tits. The guy who has the girlfriend with the nicest tits will be a guy who isn't a tit guy. So she's like, do you even know how wonderful I am? I'm like, nope. And she's like, perfect. You'll treat me like you don't even care about me. You won't chase me around. You won't emasculate yourself. You'll just act normal. I was like, yep. I'll take you for granted. I'll abuse you. I'll treat you like shit. I'll control you. All your friends and family will want me dead. It'll be just the way you like it. I'll corrupt you. I'll turn you from a church girl into a stripper and a porn actress. And you're going to love it. I'll corrupt you. I said to my dad, why does her family hate me? And he's like, the girl who's a Mennonite from a devout Christian family who now does porn and is a stripper because of you. You're asking why her family hates you. Yeah, why do they hate me? Because you corrupted their daughter. Oh, right. Yeah, it wasn't easy. She believes anything. She believes that God is a person in the sky who got out of a canoe and took a piss, and that's how the rain got here. Okay, she believes anything. So just tell her, you're a stripper now. She's like, really? How do you know? Because I said so. Oh, okay. It makes sense. Oh, it makes sense. And, she was a good sport too. I was like, can I just physically harm you a whole bunch? And she's like, yeah, sure. Because we would fight each other. She was really strong. And I was just like, man, what's up with that? Wanting to play God like that. And you could see it in a lot of people. Like, I want to make you cry in bed. And, she's like, yeah. And then, it turns out to be like way more fucked up than I thought. And you see these people who are like tormentors and they're sadists and they're assholes, and they do it outside of the bedroom, and that's a proxy for inside of the bedroom. That they're like basically monsters. And the more you trust your pig, the more your pig trusts you. You can really push things to the extreme. And you couldn't just say that with anyone. As a guy as well. And Sub-Zero, I think she knew this, and she was always saying, let's fight. I was like, you have a fireplace in your room with like thick, jagged edges on it, and you have a pit bull. If we were to fight, that would be a really, really bad idea. And I trusted her though. Sub-Zero was that kind of person. Like, Sub-Zero and I could have fist fought. I could have like smashed her face up. Not that I like violence without sexual violence, but I could have like smashed her face up, and I would have thought, you will never go to the police on me. But why? Because she knows that I would never violate her consent. She knows that as soon as she says, I don't want to do this anymore, that I would instantly stop. And that I wouldn't be like, oh, just one more hit. And that's how I was with Din Venom's ex-pig. I was like, I trust you completely, that if you want me to give you a black eye, I will, and I know you're not going to do anything with it. And like, obviously, okay, that should be like that. It really says a lot that the world is such a fucked up place that you would have to even make a point of saying that. That just should be natural. And I lost my train of thought. Well, anyways, I wish I could get it back. Oh, her new boyfriend, who she has a baby with, would never do that with her. I can guarantee it. Okay, 800. So lame. Just so lame. But, you after you do something like that, you learn that you are way more violent than you realize. And you understand then that give a man a mask and he can do anything. I mean, Osho talked about seeing people burn down parts of cities in riots. And he talked to this one person who was like throwing rocks through a store. And he was like, why are you doing this? And he took him out of trance for a minute. And he said, I don't know. And, you could see that people, when they have a chance to wear a mask, they become really, really violent. And all the really moral people, they act way more immoral when they get a chance to. And so when you ask your pig, like, can I make you cry? And, you know, like, blank you, you don't realize that, you know, you have like super rage in you about a lot of things. And a lot of times it's things that your pig didn't even do. It's like other people who got away with things. And you're like, can I do transference on you and get that out? Or, you know, I'm kind of mad that you cut me off at dinner the other night and you talked to everyone else more than me and you're kind of hogging all the attention. You know, can I like give you a good spacing for that? Now, I know what Dance Girl might be thinking. She might be thinking, what are you saying? No, I'm not wanting to do that with Dance Girl. If anything, I want Dance Girl to do that with me. But, you know, and it might be more natural for her to do that because clearly she has anger sometimes. But, you know, and that's just, you know, the stages we're on. But, you know, I thought, my God, there are a lot of people who don't even know that they have a monster, a volcanic monster inside of them. And they've never even made contact with that. And they've never loved someone enough. They don't deserve it enough, you know, to get ass to mouth. They don't deserve it enough. They don't fucking have enough intimacy to say, can I blank you? They don't have enough trust to do that. They haven't earned that. And once you do earn it, then you realize, oh my God, there's still a fucking monster inside of me. And these other people, they don't even realize that the monster is inside them too. And I'm a lot closer to not having the monster in me. I at least am aware of the monster just by being aware of it. By understanding it, you transcend it. And these same people, I imagined her dad watching on hidden camera. How funny that would be. They're going, oh, you're so immoral. Look how sick you are. But I'm not as sick as you. You would love to do that. If you could do that, you would do that. You would do that without the safe word. Without even without the permission in the first place. If you could, you would actually do that for real. And you have no idea. And that's how the world is so fucked. And so you see these people, you can only guess when you have a nasty handler fucking with you. You can guarantee that they're a Puritan. You can guarantee they're a saint. You can guarantee they're rigid. They're holier than thou. They're pious. Pious people are always violent. Total hypocrite. When they smile, they want to kill you. I can't trust a single thing they say. Except for, you can be sure if they ever smile, it means they want to kill you. Whenever they're looking for their smokes, it means they want to kill you. They're tapping their fingers. They're agitated. They have to find their smokes or else they're going to kill you. They're smiling. They want to kill you. And they look at people like me who give my pig a thorough spacing. And they say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Well, it's that I didn't give my pig a spacing soon enough. I should have been spacing her way sooner. But, you know, whatever. I had a good timing for it. That was like maybe 5 months in. And, I needed a pig that hot. If a pig's not hot enough, you can't trust her. I needed a pig that strong. When I did DMT and I looked at her, I mean physical strength. I mean literal raw physical strength. Like a pig who could actually beat up other pigs. I had to have that. And when I did DMT, I saw her warrior faces. I said, oh my God, you're a real warrior. Actually, for real, not joking. You're a complete coward. I never saw it because you're so spineless. But you're actually a warrior. And in her family, someone drowned, jumping in to save their kid. She's that kind of person. She's a real warrior. And when I was on DMT, I was like, now I see it. Now, I almost didn't tell you that detail. I'm not going to say something so personal on a sleazy talk show like this. But this is a sleazy talk show, so we do violate all kinds of boundaries here. And what happened, and we're about to violate a whole much more too, when we talk about what happened on our bike ride today. And so, and I'm not getting emotional, I just have to sneeze. I'm trying to block it. Hold on. You should have seen the focaccia bread I baked tonight. I don't put oil in it, I don't put butter, I just make it with milk and flour. Mushroom powder, salt. The mushroom powder is optional. Spices, sugar. But then I load the tray with oil. I put tons and tons of oil on the tray. And it makes it so crispy, so crunchy. I let it rise for like 2 hours. I do like 100% hydration. Now, what happened with Din Venom's ex-pig? Because she was a warrior, but yet she was spineless. And you can only really trust a pig who's strong. And that was one of the things about Marina. I was like, you couldn't give Marina a thorough spacing. She'd explode. If you fingered her until your forearm was sore, her skin would be so waterlogged, your hand would just move up through her pelvis. It would just break her pelvis skin in half. It would just break the continuum between her ass and pussy. If she ever tried to do anal, it would just go right into her pussy. It would just make one hole. I felt like she is really weak. I felt like she was super weak. Now, Din Venom's ex-pig was a warrior physically. But does the physical mean the psychological and the spiritual? Well, on an ultimate sense, yes. It was strange what happened with her. She was ultimately saying, I'm going to sleep with whoever I want, and I want to have your baby. But if some other guy comes along and gives me his baby, I want that too. I want them all. I want babies from all of them. Now, do I think she's ever going to have a baby with anyone besides her husband? Or the guy who she's with now? I said, does he make you give permission? Does he make you tell him when you fuck someone else? I said, are you even allowed to fuck other people? She said, well, I need his permission. I have to tell him. You know what I thought? I thought about that's bullshit. I'll bet she just cheats. I'll bet. I don't think he'd be uncaring about that. He's like, you know, let me put a baby in ya. You know, that's his first thing. Within like a couple years. Within, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it wasn't that long. But, you know, I just, whew. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about her. But I do want to reconcile. She was a warrior, but she was spineless. How does that work? Well, according to nature, was she doing anything wrong? She's like, I want babies from everyone. And it doesn't matter if I lie to you, because that doesn't mean anything. She's saying, if I lie to you, it doesn't mean I don't love you. But she was ultimately trying to possess me, and that's not very warriorly. But who's the most retarded sector of society? The warriors. So she may not have been self-aware. You know, the soldiers. A soldier is the most retarded sector of society. So she may not have understood what she was doing, that she had some kind of biological thing where her animality was possessive. I tried to rationalize for her that, well, I was taking a bunch of drugs and she kept telling me not to. So she's like, fine, I'll lie to you. And she already had a main guy when I was with her. I was actually the other guy. I thought the other guy was him. But he was with her before I was. Now, this brings us into tonight's topic. Someone, I don't know who it is, but let's just start in chronological order. Before we get to that, I'm going to leave that turning in your head. What does he mean by that? Someone has told me something today about Dance Girl. We're going to get to that in a minute. But before we got to that part of our bike ride, I go down Trafalgar and I see a red Civic. Kind of like the color I'm wearing right now. And then I see Joanne's husband wearing a red shirt outside gardening. And then fast forward, I see a woman with her husband who looks like Joanne and her husband. She has a sea smile on their bikes. I've seen them already. I already know them. And the husband is wearing a vest. One of those obviously gang stalker vests. And I think back. I'm driving down the street. I see a red Civic, maroon. Then Joanne's husband is out in the garden by himself, doing gardening. Bending over, facing me. I say, how much back fat does he have? Now, is this something I'd say about Joanne's husband? No, that's kind of disrespectful. I could rationalize it. I could say, well, we're all fat. I'm fat too. So I am self-deprecating, so it doesn't matter. But what was really going on? I was thinking, why is he out there by himself? Is he telling me something on behalf of Joanne? Is Joanne telling me that she doesn't like me? Or, and then when I saw the couple who looked like them with the vest, I was thinking maybe it was him who had that black SUV drive at me. Maybe Joanne was saying it wasn't me who did that. In which case, if that were the case, I would look up to Joanne and say that on some level she's better than I am. And it would really show me how to deal with it when someone is abusive to me. That you say more by saying nothing at all. And to think that you have to say something at all shows how weak you are. And I suddenly had immense admiration. Oh, and, I was pretty nasty to her husband, too. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't trying to be mean to him. I was just trying to insult Joanne. And I felt really bad. By Joanne's not taking revenge, it humiliated me far superiorly than what she ever could have done had she drove that Civic at me. And then to really put the fucking stake through my heart, she drove a marriage car or a pig car, a Honda, down Trafalgar to say that she loves me. And that she's with her husband. And that she wouldn't leave her husband for me, but that she loves me. To which I wouldn't ask her to leave her husband for me anyway. Let me tell you something. Having that blessing from Joanne means a lot to me. It made me fly really high. Like, it's the Joanne who just said that. Joanne who? No, just Joanne. Like Madonna. Now, we go further down the trails. We go to the place to do my job interview and all that stuff. I've ended up saying, what was the point of this? I go to meet Cassandra. She's super attention deficit disorder. Like one of the most attention deficit disorder people I've ever met. I would not be surprised if she's not even aware of it. I highly doubt she is medicated. I highly doubt she has any idea that she has attention deficit disorder. And that attention deficit disorder is the breeder's gene. Because what you're looking at is, where's the next person to have sex with? And so I get further down into the trails, and as I'm going by the Dookie Queen's house, a blue Tesla drives by. What's up with that? And then I'm thinking, why would TSD say hello right next to the Dookie Queen? I don't know. Is it a threat? I had started off the ride saying I wasn't feeling disloyal to Blonde Girl and to Stella and to the Fourth and to Joanne because Dance Girl's the only one who gave me her name. By leaving her name on my property, she gave me the ability to cause her big legal problems. And that was just incidental. What she was really doing was telling me, I love you. And at a big risk to herself, which of course, when you trust your partner, you can remove the safe word. She was saying, I trust you enough that we don't need the safe word anymore. And that's where the real fun begins. And no other pig has done that to me. Every other pig says, okay, I love you, but only from a distance. Up close, I don't. And I think, yeah, I'm kind of a celebrity. Great, thanks. I hope you get to be a celebrity too one day, so you can realize it's not really as great as you think. It's the most lonely thing you've ever heard of. So I'm feeling relieved that I haven't let down any pigs. I'm also feeling relieved that I've realized that Dance Girl is my pig. And I go down further, and then I right away see the blue Tesla, which has been an accident car plus an assault car. So just seeing it, it's anchored to being an assault. And it goes by the Dookie Queen's house. I'm thinking, what the fuck is that all about? And remember, just yesterday I had said TSD wasn't the Dookie King. And I thought that he was, but seems that he wasn't. And so I go further down. So I'm wondering, why is he saying, hey, I'm friendly now, and I'm rewriting the Dookie King misunderstanding. I go further down into the trails to go downtown Kitchener, and I see this blue Honda Civic Jeep SUV. And then right after it, I see this Asian girl very weirdly touching her face. Exactly like Blonde Girl had done when she wore the blue coat. And I thought, I said I don't want to be hit on anymore. Why would you do this? Are you trying to tell me that Dance Girl's been lying to me? Because as far as I know, if you love me, you wouldn't hit on me if I asked you not to. And so either you hate me and you're trying to harass me, or you're trying to tell me that all of those rules are void because Dance Girl is playing you. Then I go a little bit further, and they have a black guy with a pink Power Ranger on his t-shirt. And he's with a girl who looks just like Dance Girl, only fat, but like dressed like her, like the same hair and everything. And I think someone is saying that Dance Girl is cheating on you. And then I go even further and I come back and I see this girl with blonde hair wearing pink, and she's touching her face and she's sitting on the bench. As if to say it's Blonde Girl saying, if you only knew. But before then, there's one other really critical thing that happened. When I was getting out of the working center, they had an accident car go by, and then right after it, they had a gray Honda Odyssey that had a bit of scuffs on it. And then they had a girl, this is going to look bad on me, but I'm not actually prejudiced. They had a girl with cerebral palsy walking across the street wearing dance girl colors, wearing black and white. And what they were saying was, dance girl is retarded. Now, I thought that was from Dance Girl, and she was saying that she's retarded. Dance Girl was saying, I'm retarded. I was like, why would Dance Girl say that? As a form of sorry? Like, sorry, I fucked up? But then I thought, with all those other signs, the black guy wearing the pink Power Ranger shirt, with the white girl, that they were saying it was Dance Girl who had you raped. Dance Girl's family, it wasn't us. It wasn't TSD family. And she's retarded that she followed you with a stethoscope on your butt. And then when you farted, she had you raped for it. And she's cheating on you. And then I also saw someone, I don't know if this was today or the previous ride, who may have looked like the fourth. It was a girl wearing mostly black. It was a place where I had seen the fourth before. It was right near the golf course by Rockaway Gardens. But her shorts looked a little off color black. So I wasn't exactly sure. But I didn't think that the fourth had violated my don't hit on me rule. I had never seen the fourth as someone who would do that. But I had wondered, is the fourth saying the same thing? That Dance cheating on you, or she's not going to show up or something. And then when I went back closer to home, but before then, let's just keep things in chronological order. I'm feeling confused by all of this stuff, and I'm kind of like, what is going on? So I start talking to Dance Girl, thinking she's listening in real time. And I say, Dance Girl, I'm going home the long way. Which meant I could use your help right now, because I'm feeling kind of insecure. And I see an Asian woman pushing 2 babies. I say, there's Garden in pink. And there's Dance Girl. But before then, I see a white Honda, for example. And it's parked on the side of the road. And I go, let me guess, it's going to be an Asian woman driving. Yeah, it is. Then up ahead, I see a Honda Civic sedan. I say, let me guess, it's going to be an Asian woman. Yeah, it is. Then I see the Asian woman pushing a stroller with 2 babies in it, both Asian. I say, shouldn't one of them have been black? And then I think, how difficult would it be to get a mother who has 1 black and 1 Asian baby? Probably pretty difficult. So we're just going to pretend that one of those was black, or, Indian, or, maybe Norwegian or something. I don't even know. And so, and they would share their own room, and they would just have privacy. Don't call me negligent parent. Don't call me inciting anything. And so I see the Asian woman with 2 babies, and I turn around to go on the trails even more because I'm excited. I'm thinking, thank you, Dance Girl. I feel a lot better. I'm not so worried. I'm out of fight or flight mode. I'm in Nicolas Cage, the family man mode. So I can actually just go for a good bike ride. I mean, how lucky would you be to join Nicolas Cage and the family man for a bike ride? Wouldn't you feel like he's so rich? And when he's his rich version of himself, monetarily, wouldn't you feel like avoiding him, like he's so poor? And so I had the richness. So I went down through the trails. I went down the hill. Instantly, I see 2 Indian guys. I think 3 Indian guys is good luck. 2 Indian guys is neutral. But I like Indians. So I see it as a good sign. And I mean just in general. And 1 Indian guy is neutral as far as luck. And so I keep riding through, I go home, and then when I get to the intersection by Kingsway and Franklin, they have a Dodge Charger or something. I don't know the exact name of it. With a white racing stripe on it, but a black racing stripe, I mean. It's a white car with 2 stripes down the middle. And right in front of it, they have a white Honda Civic with 2 stripes down the middle. And they go in different directions. So like as if they're not together. So as if it's very clearly gang stalking. You might think, oh, they're just friends and they're coming back from the track or something. Or from wherever, from doing donuts in a parking lot. But I think it was just separate cars who were the same color with the same stripe. And they're going towards the mall though. And one goes down Kingsway towards the mall. One turns down the first side street, which is also another way of getting to the mall, which is where the Banana Brothers live. And at least I think. And then I'm thinking, that's someone saying that Dance Girl's been getting double cream pies. Or that she is cheating on me not with people, or I don't mean like fucking bestiality. I mean like she's not cheating on me in that sense. She's cheating me, that she's telling me that she's going to meet me at the mall, but really she expects something else that I don't even know, that's unrealistic. And then I started to worry that she's saying, if you want to meet, you have to meet me at my house. And I'm starting to think, well, why would I have to do that? Why doesn't my safety matter too? Because the gang stalking rules say so? But you can stalk me to the mall. I mean, why wouldn't you be able to meet me at the mall? And you've been telling me you can meet me at the mall. Why would you tell me you can meet me at the mall when you can't? And if you can meet me at your house, then why wouldn't you be able to meet me at the mall? Like, if I have to meet you at your house and say, it's me, you would be like, I don't even know you. Like the rules of gang stalking would say you can't just say, oh, hi, it's great to see you. And so I was thinking, they can call me pussy out the window, but they can't say come back. Just knock. They can yell pussy out the window, but they can't say come back. She's home alone. She needs you to knock. They can't say she needs you to knock. They can't say anything like that. I'm supposed to believe that. I'm like, I don't believe that. I believe that she is capable of meeting me at the mall. And to hell with gang stalking. Because I have given her every excuse to know who I am. I've left the note at Louise's house. Clearly she knows Louise. Clearly she knows my YouTube. So she can say this has nothing to do with gang stalking. So I'm treating her as if she's a normal person. And I'm expecting that she behave as per the rules of normal people. And, I've had many of relationships with gang stalkers who are normal people. And I deserve that. And so I'm thinking, even if that's the case, and remember, I don't think that's the case, of course. I had already gotten the twins, not the banana twins, the Japanese twins, the Hanzo twins. I'd name my baby Hanzo. Or Honda. But, you know, Hanzo is good. I once wrote a short story about a guy named Honda. And he had his mother on a roller coaster track that he built inside of his house. And she was confined to a wheelchair 24/7 using, you know, rope. And the wheelchair was on a roller coaster track, and it had a hole cut in it, and she would just, you know, urinate and defecate on the floor, and, like in the middle of the track. And the track would go through the house, and it would have like stairs, and it was just on a 24/7 loop. And but he wasn't Asian. But yeah, his name was Honda. I never went into how he got named that. But anyways, so Hanzo would be a good name. So I already had believed Dance Girl Loves Me, but I thought maybe she's really nuts or something. Maybe she is like lying or equivocating or plainly nuts. Maybe she's really nuts. She's like, yeah, I'm going to meet you at the mall, but secretly you have to meet me at my house. Maybe she's saying that. Or maybe she's saying, yeah, I got double cream pies this month. I cheated on you. But I also am telling you I didn't cheat on you. I'm like, I don't even fucking know. But I'm believing that she didn't. Because she told me the gray Civics. So I'm believing she didn't. And that there's some handler trying to screw with this. And another odd thing, I thought, if this is TSD and Blonde Girl and TSM saying, and we love you, and it was Dance Girl who had you raped. And we love you now because we realized that you thought that you were viewing a spinner, and we thought you didn't. And therefore we condoned your getting raped and, you know, having a suffocated or whatever the fuck happened. But now we don't anymore. Now we're sorry. Now we're your friends. And now we want you to know that Dance Girl's lying to you. If that were the case, I'd say, why would you tell me now? Why would you tell me right before our date? Seems kind of suspicious timing. So I'm like, I'm a little bit incredulous there. I'm still going to trust Dance Girl is not cheating on me. And if Dance Girl had me raped, she would have been how old at that point? Technically, would she have been legally responsible? It would have been her parents. Now, did I hold her more responsible? Yes. Would that really disturb me? Yes. But I've already considered it. I've already long ago thought it was her who had that done, and I've already gotten over that. And somehow not knowing was disturbing too. You know, I had mainly thought it was TSD or Louise or TSM or TSMM. I kind of put it aside that I don't think it was Dance Girl. And my biggest concern, of course, is having permanent brain damage. But, and, you know, to some extent, never feeling like I can love or trust anyone again. But, and I think that's what trauma is, where you just get so disheartened. You just say, it's not worth it to ever care ever again. And that's kind of angering too, when you see that there are people who that's their specific goal. They say, I want to torture you sexually until you never love anyone ever again. And that's how I get off. That's what makes me aroused, is that you can never love anyone ever. Even me, that, you know, that you're just scared and dead inside forever. I thought that's what trauma is. It's really simple. It's just like, I just don't like anyone anymore. I just don't have a crush on anyone. I just don't have hope anything's ever going to get better. A wonderful person could meet me and love me, and I wouldn't be able to receive it. My potential is cut forever now. And I instantly felt that with Joanne too. I felt like thinking that dance girl is cucking me and hurting me. And previously I had felt that, oh my God, Joanne is saying that she loves me. Joanne's car is red now. Joanne's not driving a Maxima. She's driving a Honda now, to tell me that she belongs to me, that she longs to be with me, that she loves me. I thought, wow. And then when I thought, you know what, if Dance Girl dumps me now, I'll say at least I got that from Joanne. I got that's like having like a spaceship. That's like saying, I own a plane. Oh yeah, I own a spaceship. And then as soon as I got questioning whether or not Dance Girl loves me, the whole thing went to hell. I thought, well, Joanne would never love me. She'd never be with me. She would just tell me from a distance. But if I actually went to the park to meet her, she wouldn't come out and meet me. She'd say, I wish. But that's as far as she'd go. She wouldn't sacrifice anything for me. You know, she wouldn't even say, I wish. She would say secretly, ambiguously, I wish. Well, maybe not. Maybe she would. Okay, maybe she would sacrifice. I sacrificed for Stella. I said, Stella, my pig might dump me for saying this, and I don't believe I'm ever going to have sex with you anyway. I don't believe Jamie would ever let you. And to some extent, I don't believe you'd ever let Jamie. But I love you. You know, you're the best. You're fucking awesome. And I was like willing to just to say it, like literally just to say it. I was willing to go through a lot. Now, if Dance Girl's like, she's the best, yeah. And you're the best of the best, Dance Girl. And so, and if someone else is like, am I the best of the best of the best, and the best of the best of the best of the best, and the best of 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 the best. Dance Girl is the very best. And, you know, it's difficult to say that, because what if she fucking rips my heart out? And on this video, I said, she's probably mad last month that I didn't smell her pants, because I didn't know that she had given me what I wanted. I felt a bit embarrassed, but she gave me many things I wanted. She gave me everything I wanted. And, you know, that's what I meant. I don't know why I didn't notice it. I was like, this is one of those things I shouldn't say out loud. I thought she was at a bonfire, but I think she was, though. I think that kind of masked everything. But I thought if she smokes a lot, I may have been smelling that. And then that kind of confused me. And so I had to really dig in. But I was quite happy with Dance Girl's pheromones. I don't want it to seem like I'm ungrateful or criticizing. I mean, it took me great effort not to jack off to that again tonight. Now, I didn't wash her clothes, but that was just because I was tired. And also, I had been saying that I love these other pigs, that Dance Girl can veto them. And then I see a Dance Girl lookalike with a black guy wearing a shirt with a pink Power Ranger. Is that Dance Girl saying she wants to have a baby with another guy? Because I never said I wanted to have babies with these other pigs. I always said that Dance Girl and I live upstairs, and Garden and Pink share a room, and then the basement is for miscellaneous. And so I didn't know if she was saying, I have a wish list too. But why add Pink into it? If she just said, I have a wish list, I'd be like, that's great. I'm not offended by that. But if you're trying to cuck me with it, or trying to replace me with it, then I would feel like, if I'm not your number one, then you're not my number one. And so I didn't know who that was from, and if she was angry at me. And then I started to wonder even if she's going to meet me at the damn mall tomorrow. I started getting really scared. But then they had a guy wearing blue crossing the train tracks. Here's the other thing. Typically, when there's someone crossing the train tracks, for example, recently, they had a black guy wearing an orange stripe, which means stay away, but online affair. Someone was saying Dance Girl had an online affair. Could have been Dance Girl saying it. I don't think so. Could have been someone else saying it. The cerebral palsy woman could have been Dance Girl in conjunction with the accident car, saying, I was retarded to cheat. So I was thinking maybe I'll just ask her. I couldn't really ask her, did you have me raped? Because then that would show that she's gang stalking. But the amount of helplessness and violated I've felt has been a lot. When you love someone who violates you, and I've loved TSF, I'm not just talking about Dance Girl, you really feel the violation a lot more. And part of me was thinking, if she does stand me up, what I do have to look forward to is healing. And that will be wonderful. I could say I've been loving someone who doesn't love me. What a nightmare. But she gave me everything I wanted on those pants. So I can say you know, that's a pretty nice gift too. That's pretty great. And then, so if we meet tomorrow, which I'm believing we will, I could ask her for clarification. But part of me is thinking, just don't even ask. Don't even care. Maybe if it comes up. Of course, it is on my mind to some extent. But I'm most happy just to talk to her, to meet her, to see what kind of person she is. And then my mom is going to her boyfriend's house on the weekend. So we can have our first date tomorrow night on Thursday. We can meet at the mall. We can talk for however long, maybe until the mall closes, or maybe even a shorter date, just to see how long. I guess if we don't have chemistry, it'll be a short date, and if we do, it'll be a longer date. But if our date goes well, then I'll ask her if she wants to have another date the next day and come over to my house. And then she can sleep over. We can sleep over for the first time. We can bring the topper downstairs and lay on the floor. We can bring the mattress downstairs, or we could just share the couch. Dance Girl's pretty light. So, I mean, it would be cool to make a video, but the only people I make videos for are Dance Girl. I mean, I want to show her off, but it doesn't matter. You know, I'd be more excited just to show off to everyone who's watching on Hidden Cam, but I'd like to show off to the other TIs and say, this is how you do it. You know, you just have a relationship with your handler. Of course, you have many handlers. Okay, I'm not saying that you have a handler. You have many handlers. And to some extent, it does help that Dance Girl would have been legally not responsible at that point, too. And, you know, I personally considered her more mature than her parents at that time. So I did kind of hold them responsible. But, you know, if you wanted to just frame it some other way that doesn't hurt as bad, then whatever. And it also gave me a lot of human rights and dignity, saying, you know, I'm within my rights to say I don't want to meet you at your house. Considering how I've been treated, I think I deserve a fair meeting like regular people. And even not considering how I've been treated, I deserve to meet like a regular person where I also have human rights. Unless I'm a slave. I mean, are we pretending that this is a real relationship? Or is this actually a real relationship? And we're pretending that gang stalking doesn't exist. Or something like that. I don't know. This is too convoluted. But my point is, I've had enough relationship with gang stalkers that I know it can be a real relationship. It doesn't have to be just proxies upon proxies. So I'm again not jacking off, and fuck that, man, it sucks. But you gotta do it. That's about all I got. That's my whole realm of gossip. Oh, but did I tell you about the guy in blue on the tracks? Yeah, okay. So, blonde girl wore a Brokeback Mountain cowboy hat, assuming it was her. I don't know if it was even her. But when I went by TSD's house last time, incidentally, when I went by near TSD's house a couple days ago, last night, but not on his street, I went on the other side of Manchester. Then I was driving home near the strip club, and they had a cop with a sign that kind of implied go around, like go around this way, don't go anywhere near their house. But it was kind of a coincidence too, because I just went random streets. But it could have been saying that. And I was like, you know, I could have went down TSD Street. I could have went by their house if I wanted to. You know, with all the gang stalkers in mind, with all the Guardian gang stalkers in mind too. Saying I would never provoke anyone. It had been a while since I had been down that street, and I was biking randomly for like 2 hours. And I thought, if I go down this street, does it have anything to do with TSD? Or Blonde Girl? Or TSM? No. So, therefore, if you want to, go down there. And I just happened not to. Instead, I went down by Brenda's house, who doxed me. So when I went by, I said, there's Brenda's house. And I was making a video, but I didn't post it. I was just too spent. I'd been jacking off too much, so I had like no energy. I'm still kind of in a prolactin state. So, after Blonde Girl was wearing the Brokeback Mountain hat with the rape pants and the death shirt up against the wall shirt, after I had been surprised from behind and scared and startled by a guy wearing the same outfit who was rubbing his body up against a wall at first. And again, you know, my main issue is I hope I don't have brain damage. I mean, I personally enjoy my brain, and maybe I won't get to, maybe I have lost it. Maybe I'm just going to lose it. I don't know. Someone's telling us they're spiking our water with chemical cleaner. Today, my mom and I both have swollen glands. Sometimes I don't really know. But it could just be the air conditioning or something. And so then I had seen a guy dressed like Dance Girl, wearing all white sunglasses, going across the train tracks, and he looked just like TSD. And I thought, what's that all about? Is that someone threatening Dance Girl? I never figured out what that meant. And then today when I was going across the train tracks, they had a guy wearing blue with a cowboy hat. But instead of a Brokeback Mountain, it was just a different kind of cowboy hat. Now, maybe I'm completely misreading things, because it was more like a Tilly hat. Now, I love Tillys. And maybe it was a kind of cowboy hat that Brokeback Mountain wears too. But, I mean, no, this is different. This is a Tilly hat. And this is a guy wearing blue. This is TSD saying, sorry. Saying, I thought you knew that it was you know who. But it wasn't that. You didn't know that it was her. And I blamed you as if you did. But now I believe that you didn't know. So now I'm sorry. And let me just add it on that also Dance Girl's a liar and you shouldn't trust her. In which case I'd say, well, that's kind of suspicious timing that you're saying this all at once. You're like, oh, it's all her fault, and now we're your friends, and now we love you, and here's my daughter on a silver platter for you. I'm like, I'm not so sure that that's what's the case. This might be a big old trick. Or it's TSD saying, sorry, we didn't rape you. And Dance Girl did. Dance Girl's family did. But the people telling me that Dance Girl's cheating on me is even a different handler. But then if Blonde Girl is hitting on me, wait, what was I saying? Then that would be from them. That would be from them. But no, I was totally lost here all of a sudden. Oh, I don't know. I was thinking something, then that would mean that Dance Girl and Blonde Girl are enemies. And I got a commercial showing a soccer player being injured who looked like Dance Girl's dad. And it made me think that TSD family and Dance Girl family are enemies. And I don't know where Louise would stand on that. And if they're enemies, would that mean that Blonde Girl would lie to me? Or TSD with me? Or that they don't really love me? I don't really know. But I'm trusting Dance Girl. And I mean, I'm still going on our date. And I'm still going to finish off this video by saying that I love Dance Girl. And that I'm excited to go on our date. And I'm excited to go on our second date too, to my house. And to finally watch Fallout. I want to see the rest of those episodes. And what'll happen if she doesn't show up? I don't know. Do you think she'll show up? I think so. But what does it matter? Well, it just matters that I don't blame myself. If she doesn't show up, it just matters that I don't blame myself. So anyway, Alexa, second light black.
Okay.
Alexa, light off.
Okay.
But when I got to the bike shop today, she was just like, okay, just wait there. And I was like waiting for long enough that I realized that I was just going to be waiting forever. And then I had to go back and say, hello, the volunteer, she said, what are you looking for? And I said to volunteer 1 day a week, or 1 day a month, I mean. And then she said, okay, well, come to the volunteer orientation meeting on Wednesday. And I thought, it's for new volunteers. And I thought, well, what was the point of this then? And I don't know. Was it just like an interview or something? Was she vibe checking me? Personally, I loved her. I imagine she'd love me back. You know, freaking, she's really great. Well, that might be awkward a little bit for Dance Girl. But, well, she's beautiful. She's physically beautiful. And inside, she's beautiful too. But my relationship with her is business. I happen to know that she's beautiful. But, you know, and that's why I wanted to work there, was because I knew that anyone associated to the working center is beautiful. Her being physically beautiful was coincidental. I mean, she's fucking old. She's like, you know, my age. So, you know, that's disgusting. But at the same time, you know, some people, they never lose it. And she's one of them. So... yeah, when I felt like I had Joanne's blessing, I was like, oh my fucking God. I'm so fucking dumb. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. I'm a joke. That's how I feel around Joanne. And then suddenly when I felt like I didn't have Dance Girl's love, I was like, I'm done. I'm destroyed. I start going into all the planning. What am I going to do if she doesn't show up? I'm going to go watch porn. Yuck. I'm going to just fucking vegetate away. I'm too traumatized. I could never get over it. I thought, fuck that, man. Yeah, you are too traumatized and you can never get over it. So become someone else who can. The version of you is your version, your potential is cut forever. Become a new person who can get over it. Plan for a miracle. Do your workouts. Find a renewed lease on life. I've started planning this. I heard the word don't in my mind. Like a hallucination. Like God talking to me, saying don't. Now, do I really think that's God talking to me? I don't know. This is me. I enjoy imagining that for fun. And I said, don't what? Oh, I know, don't jack off. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Don't watch porn. Jack off, but don't watch porn. Oh, okay, that's not it. Don't jack off and don't watch porn. Okay, got it. That's what I did. I just went to bed. And then the next day, which is today, I kept thinking, that word, did I get the meaning of that? And that's in the past now? Don't. Don't show up on the date. Because she's not going to be there anyway. And right after you realize it, you're going to say, I knew it. I shouldn't have shown up. I was thinking, no, that's definitely not it. If I show up and she's not there, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm really regretful that I showed up. I'm going to say, I'm glad I showed up. And I'm glad I found out that she stood me up. And it's really painful, and I'm glad to go through this. Not that I like it, but you know what I mean. Better that I know. And I'm going to say, I was a good boyfriend. And she fucking dumped me. She fucking ditched me. And what can I do? Other than be sad. But it'll bring some kind of new metamorphosis. I'll become some other version. I'll become some other person. And I'll say, now this new version of me is different. I mean, I'm still stressed out over here. I'm still hypervigilant. I'm still like, dance girl, I need and I love you from you, please. I'm fucking insecure over here. It's been 20 minutes. It's been 10 minutes. Can I please have something from you? I just got a bunch of signs saying that you are getting double cream pies. That you got double cream pie and that was what was on your clothing. Or, you know, that you are cheating on me and that you're not planning on meeting me at the date spot. And I want you to tell me otherwise. Tell me it's not true. Tell me they're lying. And then I worry, it's someone else telling me that they're lying. And she's the one telling me, fuck you, I'm getting these cream pies. And an evil handler is pretending to be new dance girl. Saying, I love you, meet me at the, you know, like in The Dark Knight, Bane says, first I'm going to feed Gotham with hope. And then I'm going to destroy them. Well, could Dance Girl be doing that to me? I felt like she did it last month. I felt like she did it 2 times in a row last month. And could she do it again? I don't know. I felt kind of like a fool. Shame on you for fooling me once. Shame on me for fooling me twice. Shame on me extra for fooling me thrice. But her pants were so loaded. And her anger was so genuine. And she did show up at the fuck shack. Which was violating to me, but it still showed that she likely believed that she was entitled to that. But it also showed she didn't trust me. Right in the video I said, was that Dance Girl? I don't think so. If it was, I'd be mad. She believed that I did know it was her. She believed I was lying to her. What kind of person does that? Other than a liar? And could she do it again? Could she just fucking flake me? and then blame me or something. I don't know. It's scary. I'm a bit medicated with prolactin. But I'm happy we didn't wait an entire month to find out. And I'm happy that we're going to have the house to ourselves on Friday. Or I'll have the house to myself, which will be sad. It's hard for me to get excited. I've been really stressed out. Butthole is itchy. I wonder how Marina's doing. She was really rude. I wish pigs can understand what it's like. To be completely disregarded. And then given token love instead. Well, yeah, maybe I should make a falafel or something. I can make pretty good pita sauce. Like 12 grams of oil, 5 grams of vinegar, a bunch of spices, a bunch of salt, some mayonnaise. Kind of like a house dressing, and make it a bit creamy. And then maybe even some psyllium husk powder. I'm not sure if that's an emulsifier. I'm not exactly sure about what the word emulsification means. If it means congeal, I think. A little psyllium, but you don't really need it. You just put enough mayonnaise in. But when I tried it last time, the mayonnaise was separating from the oil. And I sent Helen some of my singing. A song from Bitches Ain't Shit, I Suck My Own Dick. She didn't even respond. But then my mom sent me this video of this. She showed me this video, of this guy playing guitar. She's like, "Do you think this guy is good?" I was like, "No." And she's like, "Well, Helen's going to take guitar lessons from this guy." I was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's good enough. I thought maybe she's going to take guitar lessons because I made that awesome song. I missed being on acid. Being on acid is like 10 years of love. If you've never really loved yourself or anyone, and then you find the mysteries of life through love, you find God through love, and you move further into it, and it blows your mind, and you become someone new, and then it blows your mind, and you keep becoming someone new. And you do that for 10 years. Acid catapults you to 10 years ahead to that. But then you lose it, and then you have to go back from your cosmic self to your robot self. And you're completely helpless. So that's why I don't really do acid anymore. I think, what's the point of going to heaven just for a visit? I want to live there. And I have done that through meditation, and I've found acid. On meditation, I've found the acid self. And I've gone higher too. I found acid while I was dreaming as well. In my dreams, I could do acid and be tripping, and it's exactly the same. But meditation is beyond dreaming. Meditation is the cessation of dreaming. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm kind of trying to be lackluster. I'm trying not trying at all. Is Dance Girl going to be there tomorrow? How do I even fucking know? Is it all just a trick, all just a setup? I'm trying not to prepare for the worst. Because I don't want to be already dead inside and jaded and say, oh, you're here? Okay. I didn't really give a fuck anyway because I'm dead inside now. I want to get excited and be really hurt if she's not there. Ooh, like on July 2nd, I was devastated. Or June 2nd, after our first date, I cried. I was so sad. You know, and then on June 2nd, or on whatever, July 2nd, I felt more like crying, but I didn't quite cry. I had already closed my heart so much. I'd already become traumatized that I'll just never love anyone again. Including her. And then I felt relieved again. And then I was managing her, and Google AI was saying that's a trauma bond when you feel really scared all the time if she loves you or not. And then I was like, yeah, whatever, I'm just going to keep doing it. I like to do things the wrong way. And then finally I snapped. And I became a Zen Buddhist monk, like the guy in Office Space. And I said, whatever she does, it's not my concern. I can't control her. I'm my own self. I'm not her. We're not Siamese twins or like conjoined twins. I don't manage her. I'm not managing her. Her moods, her feelings. I'm not managing those anymore. And I felt profoundly better. I felt unbelievably better. And upon feeling the urge to talk about her and obsess over her, I manually overrided it and said, don't do that. You have to just talk about your subs and your day. I know it feels unnatural. You got to force yourself to do it. You're going beyond your instinct with intelligence now. You have to do that. It'll feel natural, but only after a bit. At first it won't feel natural. So you're going to use force. So I just did that. I just forced myself to talk about something else. And then my wonderful, beautiful, delightful, heavenly attention deficit disorder kicked in. And I completely forgot about talking about her. And I was like, oh yeah, and you got to get the sub bun, and you got to get the head of lettuce to be, you have to get the barcode on it, because otherwise you steal your lettuce like you did that one time. And you like Food Basics. You don't want to steal from them. And I got in the mode of talking to myself like I always do, but while the camera's on, and which seems less crazy and more wholesome. And before I noticed it, I was having a good time, and I hadn't thought about managing Dance Girl even once. And whatever she was doing was irrelevant, until of course I actually saw her. I mean, you wouldn't want to simply project what someone is. It's one of the things that Zeph said about his daughter, that she comes to him in his mind, but he doesn't talk to her. Because no matter what she would say to him, it would be his own projection. And so when I saw the car from Dance Girl, I said, oh, wonderful. Hello, Dance Girl. What a lovely sign to see you. And what a rich day I'm having now that you're here. And I can carry that forward. Now when I talk about subs, I'll have an extra bounce in my step. And it will be a factor of you being here. And if I get something negative, in that moment it's negative, but there's no psychological rumination. I'm just taking you as you are, not as some phantom who I project that you are, managing you, micromanaging you, trying to control you. And of course, when someone says, wow, you're controlling, I'm like, only to protect myself. It doesn't count. Only because she started it. Only because I'm the victim here. It's really her who's controlling me. I'm just trying to control the abusive dad who's punching my mom in the head. I'm only trying to bait them so that they get angry at me instead. I'm not fucking controlling. I'm helpless. I'm out of control and just attempting to make things better. I'm not controlling. I'm morally superior. I'm righteous. I walk with God. And, I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? If you really wanted to not be controlling, you could, how you could do that? You could just say, goodbye, Dance Girl, I'm breaking up with you right now. Goodbye forever. And then she'd say, oh yeah, I'm going to fuck these other guys. I'd say, okay, well good, fuck them. Yeah, I'm going to kill you. I'd say, well good, kill me. Have fun. Well, I'm going to kill your family then. Yeah, kill them too. Kill everyone. Torture them and whatever. Violate them in every conceivable, imaginable way. The real thing is that I'm taking responsibility for her. I'm saying, but she's my pig. She can't do that. I have expectations on her. I'm trying to control her so that she doesn't hurt me as my pig. And so what are the options? Either dump her, then you don't care what she does. I thought I found a third option. Don't dump her. Just equal the playing field. Just say you're polyamorous. And I'll just have sex with whoever I want. And Dance Girl can't say anything about it. ChatGPT was like, you're just trying to stop yourself from being hurt. That's actually not going to stop your hurt. If you bring up polyamory, she'll just find if you've accurately discerned a pattern where she's only intentionally or unintentionally trying to destroy your boundaries. If you say that polyamory is a thing, that doesn't stop her from weaponizing sex. Just because you're polyamorous doesn't mean it won't hurt you if she knows that you're attracted to her and then she tells you, I'm having sex with someone else and I'm not going to have sex with you. I want to turn you on right now just to show you I'm not going to have sex with you. It's still not going to stop it from hurting if she bullies you. You're saying you're going to find other pigs, and therefore if she cucks you, it's not going to hurt. But you're still counting Dance Girl as one of your pigs too. And if she bullies you, that's still going to hurt. It's not just going to be erased by having other pigs. So that's actually not a right strategy. And then, so what is the right strategy? I think it's just don't have a strategy at all. What is this, a war game? Just drop the whole game. Let her be your pig or not. Let her decide if she's your pig. And don't have an invested interest. What is she, a business project? Don't accumulate. Don't invest in people. That's not being cynical. It's being human. Don't treat a person like a business. Don't hope that it works out. Let it either work out or not. And trust God. Trust her. That if she's your pig, she'll act like it. If she's not your pig, she'll act like it. So no matter what she does, trust that. Don't try and say, but you gotta be my pig, and you gotta act like this, and you gotta act like that. And then that's how you let go. And of course, if you love someone, let them go. And if they come back to you, they belong to you. If they don't, then they never did. So what are you going to say? Well, I mean, if she doesn't show up, what am I going to do? Go home and smell her pants? And imagine it's every other pig? Go through the whole list. Go on the femdom forums. And then really feel violated too, which will turn you on even more. And then you'll be strengthening those neural pathways. You don't want to do that. That'd be really bad. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Good night, Dance Girl. I love you, Dance Girl. Alexa, light off. Alexa, second light off. Now, of course, the real video starts after the lights go off. But we don't have a good fucking slumber party tonight because but you know what? Who cares that we ran out of it? Do you have any guesses what we ran out of? I'll give you a hint. S C I. I'm assuming you know what it is, but let's take it to the next level. Guess why it wasn't good? It was lacking something. It was lacking C. I was like, what's up with this? Well, I've said C 2 times, but C means something different each time. And, you know, who would have ever thought that that would be a good dessert? Talking about a CS. No, never mind. A CC, I mean. That's nuts. You should have seen this focaccia bread I made tonight. It was so... I knew I was going to do it good. Oh, I really figured it out. My mom was like, you don't need to cook it more. I was like, oh yeah, I do. But I was too in a hurry. She's like, it's already a 10. I was like, if I would have cooked it a little bit more, it would have went to the even next level. But I rose it so much. I made it less hydrated than normal. And just having no oil in it and no butter, that helps it leaven. I don't know the word. Rise. It helps it rise more. Leavener. Helps it leaven. You know who should check on? Ian's Adventure, The Truth of YouTube. He's a no-fapper, and he's gang-stalked, I'm sure, but he doesn't know it. And he's been a YouTuber for, like, forever. And he consistently get 1,000 views. And then he bumped up to, like, 500,000 views per video, all of a sudden, overnight. I'd like to see how all the fame has influenced him. Personally, if I got famous, I'd probably become a different person. In a certain sense, I like the fact that I'm unknown. I feel like I'm talking to our little group. That's cool. Sometimes I imagine that people think I'm really funny. And what's funny about me is that I don't even try to be funny. And that I've sucked you into my reality. You know, that's normal for you that I call people pigs. And that I'm not joking or trying to be funny. And you know that I'm crazy in a lot of ways. Somehow it makes sense. Sometimes I imagine that I'm a leader, an alpha, or something like that. And that people are lost without me, and that they need my light. They need my consciousness. And I think that I'm no one to lead anyone. And then I think, I guess that means other people are more fucked up than I am. And that I must be a leader because I'm not a leader. I must be influential because I'm not trying to influence anyone. I'm not trying to be anyone's master or anyone's leader. I'm just an ordinary guy. Just trying to be your friend. And probably every other person you meet is trying to sell you something. Tell you how to be. I'm the only one who doesn't do that. And then I feel really appreciated that you know my lingo and my code words. I imagine some other guy talking about pigs and how off-putting it would be. That if some other guy was like calling someone you love or you a pig, or you'd be like, what is this guy talking about? This guy is an asshole. But for me, it's completely different because I'm actually crazy. I feel appreciated in that sense. Sometimes I need it because I'm very lonely sometimes. I feel very much like my life doesn't matter. Like nobody loves me or likes me. And I get a lot of people saying it, but I feel ultimately like, not really. Everyone, even dance girls sometimes I feel like, not really. People say it, they say they love me. And there's a big difference. And they believe they love me. But there's a big difference. Evanescence, the singer, she says, "Don't cry to me. If you loved me, you would be here with me." I'm like, it's one thing to say it, but otherwise, what does it matter? And so, even Dance Girl telling me she loves me, giving me her clothes, I think she won't meet me though. She won't actually hang out with me. But then I had tremendous hope too. I had some proof. She was at the fuck shack. So I think she will actually meet me. She showed up at the fuck shack. That's close enough to a real attempt to say that she had real intent. And now she's telling me that she'll meet me at the mall. And I believe she's not a liar. So I believe she'll be there. If she's there first, I'll say, "Can I sit down with you?" If I'm there first and I see her, I'll call her over. But if she walks by me the wrong direction, that would really piss me off. She's like facing her back towards me, so I don't even recognize her. And she's like, "Well, he didn't call me over, so he has to die." He said he would, and then he didn't. She wears a hood. She wears like ski goggles and a snowsuit. And a face mask. Walking by, like, sidestepping by with her back facing me. She's like, well, he pretended like he didn't recognize me, so I guess he hates me. I'm like, dance girl? Okay. You know, I watched this porn once with my dad, and the guy was going up, 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 up. He kept saying up, like calling her to attention. It was really weird. I said, what is he saying? I never saw sex like that before. Or was it with him? I don't know who it was with. Oh, he wasn't in it. I'm not saying he was the actor. Wish we had more bread. We have Dr. Pepper, but I'm not drinking any of that. But, you know, right where they had the blonde girl lookalike on the bench touching her face is where they had the black guy with the pink Power Ranger shirt and the dance girl lookalike. And the dance girl lookalike was fat. I wonder if they're calling her fat. Well, you know, yeah, I really got to water fast at some point. You know, I don't mind being fat. It's only bone chilling once you have it in your face. I wish we had more bread. Well, yeah, I gotta go to sleep. So tired. But if Dance Girl comes over on Friday, the first thing I'm gonna ask is that we hang out naked. Like before we've had sex. And then we just like hang out naked all night. That would be so much fun. You know, it's weird that we live in such a fascist society that it's been almost a decade before I've had human touch. Something so basic. Human touch is illegal. I think it's better we all die soon. We all get nuked. This isn't worth keeping. Oh, but I don't think like that too. I think just better I go get euthanized. But that's really negative thinking. Of course, when you think it, you say, that's really negative thinking? Really? Wow. You're so smart. I guess you're right. What if depression is a rational response? What if it's the most sane and realistic response to being fucked to death? What if I'm exactly reasonable and my negative thinking is on par with the negativity of the world? And that being a delusional, insane person would be being optimistic and positive about all of this. And that by being negative, I'm actually much more psychologically healthy because at least I'm not repressing anything. And all the people who say, oh, are you thinking about harming yourself? They're actually encouraging me to harm myself by taking away the release that I can even talk about it. They make me bottle it up and keep it secret. Like, how do you want to hurt prostitutes? By making prostitution illegal. You drive it underground. And then you take away their civil, what is it? I don't know what it's called. Their human rights, their workmen's rights. Like in Amsterdam, you have every safety as a prostitute. Civilization exists in Amsterdam. In Canada, civilization is just a dream. Outside of North America, you know, the place that is killing the entire world, civilization still persists. As a guy, I really feel bad for you if you've never met women outside of Canada and United States. You have no idea what it's like to meet women who don't hate men. You're like the equivalent of a woman living in a place where women get stoned during soccer games for entertainment. You have no clue what it's like to meet a European woman who treats you like as if you're a human being. Intergenerationally. Someone who has hundreds or thousands of years lacking the same brainwash that the women in the West have. You'd be shocked. But, you know, I've learned how to hand out space stinks to make them right and to make them tight. And so I think it doesn't count with me. You know, spend enough time with me and eventually I'll wash your dirty brain. But I'm just so scared Dance Girl's not going to be there. But I don't even care. No, I care, Dance Girl, I care. I'm going to be devastated if you're not there. I don't mean it like that. I mean it like... I've worried and worried and I can't keep worrying. If I didn't care, I wouldn't even go. I'm just worried you're gonna trick me or something. That you're gonna be sitting like really far away and I won't even see you. I don't know, I just don't want to be tricked. I'm gonna sit right against the railing, right across from EB Games. I'm gonna face Sephora, because that's where I first became enlightened. And then if we go home, you know, I'm going to feed you a bunch of donuts. And fuck you in the ass. And then suck my own dick. And say, sweet. Well, we don't have any snacks, but if our date goes well, Walmart is open till 11. So if our date goes well, I'll definitely ask you if you want to hang out the next day on Friday. And then, I'll be like, that's probably when my mom is going to her boyfriend's house. I'm almost sure of it. And so we can meet on Friday. And I'll go get the snacks tonight. And I'll get Pink Crush Pop for Pink. And if you were fucking, I don't know how I feel, but moral fucking, I'm a snooty prick or something like that. So I would get you Smart Food popcorn and Sun Chips. But those are not vegan. Ooh, those are not vegan. So, I'll just get you the snacks that I like that are vegan. And maybe you don't like that. And you could bring your own snacks over too if you don't like that. You could even say, I'm not going to eat all this. You can have some of this. But I wouldn't believe you, And it's cold in here. So I would have to use you as a blanket. I think that would be quite nice to wake up with you for the first time. To forget that you're here, and then to wake up and say, oh, look at that. I'm sleeping next to Dance Girl. That would be really something. And, hanging out naked would be cool. Or not, that's cool too. But I mean, it would be really cool to hang out naked. Just to hang out naked would be really cool. There's something very human about it, very primal, very intimate, something forgotten. We're so perverted in the society. We've criminalized the flesh. We desire to mortify the flesh. And of course, this is law. Not only written law, but it's biological law. It's funny how it works, but when you can't create, when you're unallowed, when you're not allowed to create, when you're uncreative, you therefore are destructive. And we're not actually uncreative, but we're not allowed to be creative. We're forced to be uncreative. And therefore, by natural biological law, we're destructive, which is compassionate. We're moving towards nuclear suicide because we're compassionate. Because what we have is worse than death. Where it's illegal to touch each other. It's illegal to be naked. Love is illegal. Only prostitution is legal. A wife is a 4-letter word. And so, obviously, it's better just that we blow up. No one says it, but this is, of course, the truth. The average person only doesn't kill themselves because they're scared. And so we're doing it wholesale. The government takes care. They get everybody. They want us all moving into little cities. They don't want you out in the boonies. They don't want you out in the forest. They don't want you out in the equator. They don't want desalination plants everywhere, where you can have lush tropical forests, greenery. They want everyone corralled into small spaces so they can nuke everyone. But I like to think we're natural still. We're like Zion in the Matrix. We're like original people. Sometimes I've been living in hell for so long that I think I'm already destroyed forever. Yeah, what can you do? You know what? I loved Sub-Zero. She was good. I got tears going down my face. Just on my left side. I'm not even sad. You know how sometimes you're in the morning or you're like half asleep and there's a tear that rolls down? I think sometimes of our blind neighbor. What life must be like for her, and how blind is she? Just because you're blind doesn't mean you can't see anything. I think everyone knows that now. Sometimes I close my eyes and I imagine, is this what it's like to be her? I think if people are attractive, does she know? Does she feel it? And if she's attractive, does she know? Has she ever seen herself? Can she just kind of see herself? Is she a honeypot sent here for me? Is she just random? She's moving in soon. I saw the neighbors today. I didn't wave hi. I just saw them by accident. My hair was messed up and I wasn't in the mood. I already had waved hi to them. Made a good first impression. When I think of getting euthanized, I think I'm a kid. I have so much growing up to do. I never even reached my potential. And I think, well, you're never going to, and that's the point. Well, part of why I want to face the fucking Christmas tree and, at the mall. I know there's no Christmas tree, but they have it out front of Sephora. Just to remind myself, remember, you've reached heights that are far beyond romance. You're on the lowest rung of the ladder here. And that keeps you in bondage the longest. And remember, you've been way higher. Are you stuck? Are you Dakota Fanning in I Am Sam? On a spiritual level? Or are you really stuck and you're Sam? I think a naked hangout would be a good second date. So, as for the first date, I wear my ninja pants. I don't know. I gotta sleep. Dance girl, are you there? What about Sasha for a name? For a boy, obviously. Or for a girl, really. I don't know. I knew a guy named Sasha. I'm liking Hanzi, though, or Hanzo. What about Zebub's son? For Japanese. Zebub's son. Zak's-san. Dance girl girl. Just dance girl girl. Dance girl's girl. Dance girl's son. No, should I make falafel? Yeah, I think so. I'm so tired, I just want to go to sleep. Or maybe Joanne was saying that not that it was her husband. Maybe that's not what she meant at all. She was saying her husband is cool with it. It's going to sound like I'm placating, considering what I've already said. I think he's hot. He's not an ordinary guy. And strangely enough, I like Katie better than Allie. Who would have ever guessed? I like Allie's face better and her body better too. But I like Katie more. I don't need a falafel. I'm sorry for complaining at you. Just full of shit over here. Everything I say feels like a performance. I try so hard when I say to Dance Girl not to make it a performance. It's the challenge of saying it after every video. Can you be au naturel with it? Au naturel. Even if you sound nervous, it's better. And if you sound contrived. Endearing is okay. My boss has big ear piercings, stretched ears. I thought, I love your earrings. I've stretched my ears a little bit. It's not easy. I got some belly button rings. Bright green, just like hers. And bright orange. And what a cool combo color that is. I got one orange and one green for each ear. You can put the mix and match way, you know, there's, if you think of the two balls on a belly button earring, I don't know the name of it, but it's not a loop. It's just a straight line. Each end has a ball, like a barbell that Popeye would use. And one end is green and one end is orange, depending on if you mix and match them or keep them separate. And so I always struggled, what should you do? One green and one orange? Or have them both green and orange, but then you only see the front. So you're losing out on variety. But I really liked the bright green one and the orange one. Really indigo kind of colors. Really, really cool. Anyways. Late night eating sucks. But there's no other way, it's the best. I used to just wake up in the middle of the night and drink a whole bag of milk from the pitcher. God forbid we had shawarma meat. Thing falls off the couch. I need to go to sleep. I don't want to make all this sauce. I cut the lettuce. Drink another pop. Well, no, I don't think that euthanasia is a good idea. Even the ideation of it. I know you have to allow yourself the ideation. But I'm not trying to be, I don't know what the word is. Rigid. Even with the allowance, I'm still saying, and I've allowed, and the answer has come back. That if your potential is cut forever, then become someone new. And of course, you think you can't. But if disco doesn't show up, you're going to turn into someone new, whether you want to or not. And if she does show up, your hypervigilance and your atrophy will reverse and you'll become normal again. Which you've not been for a long time. Since you were 18, 19. In another sense, since you were 12. You haven't been normal since you were 12. My butthole is itchy. I want a falafel. You know, I'm gonna make a falafel. I shouldn't be eating more, but you know, you shouldn't eat. You're not supposed to eat before bed. Okay, let's see. Rice. Ooh. Oh my god, we have cauliflower bites. The lettuce is already cut up. Oh my fucking god. I'm so fucking dumb. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. If I ride my e-bike to the mall, I can take Dance Girl home on my e-bike. I can just drive there too. Okay. Oh God. Do you ever feel like your asshole smells like your pussy? And I'm not saying your pussy smells like your asshole. Okay, let's see. Oh, we only got one pita left. That's fucking stupid. Oh well. Okay, I thought I just touched both of them. Which, considering how I've been itching my butthole, it's not really a good thing to do. So I'm gonna put this in the microwave. Yeah, we need a falafel. Wrap it up. Our microwave, you just hit start and it automatically does 30 seconds. So yeah, I'm gonna do the dishes a little bit here. Ooh. I don't know why my butthole is so itchy. Maybe because I was riding my bike so much today? I really don't know. It's really weird. I always wipe inside it too. You know, I'm not like, it's not like there's shit on it. I don't know what the fuck is up with this. It's not like I'm constipated and have hemorrhoids. But I'm gonna have to make some sauce here. So I've been using so much oil. Maybe some of these farts. I have these wet farts. What's up with that? So we do a little bit of oil, a little splash of vinegar. Oh, a little too much vinegar right there. Oh well, that's fine. We're gonna do a lot of salt. And we're gonna do a lot of pepper too. We have a pepper grinder that is made out of wood, and that's the good one. The other one, it's too coarse. It gets caught in your teeth. Really terrible. Not something you want. But I did like half and half of vinegar and oil. I think that's messed up. Use some garlic powder. Now the star of the show. I guess this is called an emulsifier, if I can find it, which is the mayonnaise. We have some Costco mayonnaise here, which is really good. But, you know, Vegenaise is still good enough. I'm happy with Vegenaise. As long as I get the texture of this sauce right. I may have put too much vinegar in it. I don't know. Yeah, it looks about right. So I'm gonna mix this in the salad bowl. I'm just gonna mix it all in. And, yeah, this is gonna be pretty good. And then we need tin foil. It makes it taste better when you use tin foil. So then you can wrap it up like it's a real thing. I'll bet people have used tin foil as a condom at one point. this is a really full wrap. How am I gonna do this more like a taco? Okay, and we're going to put the dishes away first. You know, what I'd really like to do is make my bed. One of the best things I like doing is making my bed before I go to, like, while I'm still on the couch. And then it's so awesome. Okay, so, we have delicious falafel, late night falafel. The falafels from Costco are pretty good. They're like as good as any falafel you'd ever get. Okay, so we got some naan bread. That's how naan bread is supposed to be. Oh yeah. Bubbly is better than Coke. It's the same as saying sobriety is better than heroin. Obviously heroin is better, but not for long. The commercial on TV right now makes me sick. You know what's really strange? Ooh, daddy. The commercial they play for condoms is a blonde girl with a black guy. You know what else we have? They've been doing that for a long time too. For months. You know what else is strange is tahini sauce. What's up with that? Pretty weird sauce. I'm not into it. I like tzatziki though. Tzatziki would be really good. I can make tzatziki. I could make a very convincing tzatziki. I could make a tzatziki that tastes genuinely vegetarian. You know what I was obsessed with? This will show how insane I am. Or how genuinely stupid I am. Remember how I told you when I was like 18 or 19? I tried to bend a spoon with my mind? Well, in my early 20s, I was obsessed with finding girls who could squirt out their butt. Not enema, not cream pie, but who could squirt actual pussy juice out their butt. Like as if that's a real thing. I saw a video once of guys, males squirting. I think it was just pee. But then again, what's the difference? I've come a long way since a few years ago. I owe it all to YouTube. And to people. But YouTube was what made it work. Oh, that burp was not try hard. That was not vulgar. That was very masculine. No, don't you just love going to bed when you're really tired? When you're not like, you know, you're not hungry, you're not needing to jack off, you're not overly worried about anything. Yeah, I'm still worried that I'm going to get stood up tomorrow. But, you know, do you remember the movie Kill Bill? And Beatrix is talking to the woman with one eye. Or Bud is. And he says, now that you know that Beatrix is dead, are you relieved? Or are you happy? And she says, a little bit of both. Am I worried that Dance Girl isn't going to be there? Or am I worried that she is? And I'm going to have to go through all of that self-doubt, self-esteem kind of problems. That what if she doesn't like me? Well, both. Of course, both. But what one more? even if you think that she's not going to be there, you're like 40% sure she is, 60% sure she's not, you're still going to go. But what is it? What percent is it that you're sure she's going to be there? And what is your worry, really? Well, your main worry is that she's not going to be there. And if she's there, your worry is that you're not going to be cool enough. But you may not have understood what I just meant there. You're not that worried because you're mostly sure she's going to be there. Ooh. The thing that would really hurt you, if you were worried that she's not going to be there, that would be a really bad worry. You're only 40% worried that she's not going to be there. You're 60% sure she's going to be there. Maybe even 70. And, so yeah, you're worried about that self-esteem stuff, but not that worried. Because you're not trying to act macho or act cool or anything like that. So if she likes you, then, you know, it's not like you're acting. So all you have to do is just be yourself. Which includes, you know, shutting down too. You might be insecure and you might be, you know, awkward, but that's yourself too. That's cool. She can tell if you try, if you're, you know, trying to be yourself. I don't know, I'm getting caught in some linguistic trap. You're not supposed to try. But if you try to not try, that's a forgivable type of trying. And if that's compulsive and you can't not do that, then she can see through that and she could say, you're trying to not try, and that counts. Your efforts and your intent count too. It's fucking cold in here. Finished on my bubbly. My favorite part of this meal was the cauliflower bites. Kind of wish we had the ice cream. But again, there was no cheesecake crust in that fucking cheesecake ice cream. I knew though, as soon as I figured it out, I'd seen strawberry cheesecake ice cream for years, or for I don't know how long, but I had known it exists. And one day I was like, strawberry cheesecake ice cream, I need it right now. Just out of the blue, as if I was a pregnant woman. I was like, all of a sudden, I need it. I've never had it before, I need it right now. And, you know, they didn't have it at Freshco, they didn't have it at Zares. Finally, I go to, oh yeah, they have it at Zares, but it's like $6.99. And, at Walmart, it's $5.49 or $5.99. I'm not paying an extra $1 for that. And so, it depends on the batch. It's just the same with Lay's potato chips. Sometimes they're amazing. Depends on the store you get them. If you buy Lay's potato chips, lightly salted, thin cut, shortstop, that's different than if you get them at Walmart, if you get them at Zares, if you get them at the grocery store. Some grocery stores are roughly similar, but I've had lightly salted, thin cut barbecue Lays, which they don't make them anymore as far as I know, from some other store. And I thought, this is the worst thing I've ever had. This is terrible. These are too thick. It's like they were made at a different plant. You'd think they would be completely homogenized. No. I once, instead of said homogenized, I said fungible. My dad said, "What do you think fungible means?" I said, homogenized, where any part can be replaced with any other part and it's all the same. I forget, but he was like, you shouldn't have used the word fungible there. Well, you know, yeah, fungible is a nice word. I should look up, you know, but the iPad is dead. Yeah, 1%. Let's see if we can ask ChatGPT here. I one time used the word fungible as synonymous with homogenized. Was I onto anything there? Can you explain in layman's terms?
You are definitely onto something, but there is an important nuance to distinguish between the two. While they both describe a state of uniformity, they approach that uniformity from different directions. Here is the breakdown in layman's terms. The core difference: fungible is a legal or economic status. It describes a relationship between things. If two things are fungible, it doesn't matter which one you have because they are perfectly interchangeable, like $2 10 bills. Merriam-Webster +1 homogenized is a process. It describes the action of taking something that was diverse or clumpy and forcing it to become a uniform, smooth mixture, like breaking up fat globules in milk so the cream doesn't rise to the top. Britannica: while you felt they were synonymous, you are likely picking up on the end result. When you homogenize something, you are effectively making it fungible. Think about raw milk. Before homogenization, it was non-fungible because the cream would separate. If you poured a glass from the top, you got heavy cream. If you poured from the bottom, you got skim. Once you homogenize it, every drop in the carton is identical to every other drop. Now, it is fungible. You don't care which part of the carton you pour, because the quality is uniform throughout. A practical comparison: imagine a pile of hand-painted portraits, non-fungible. Each painting is unique. You can't swap one for another because the value and content are different. Homogenized, standardized: if you ran these through an assembly line to print identical copies, you have homogenized the production process. Fungible: once they are identical, they become fungible. You no longer care which copy you receive because they are all the same. Is fungible a good synonym for homogenized? Not exactly. Is fungible a good synonym for homogenized?
Oh, the iPad turned off. Well, I don't even fucking know what that means. It was too much for me. I was like, I can't even. Fungible is the end result of homogenized. So something homogenized is fungible, but something fungible isn't homogenized. I don't fucking get it. I need to brush my teeth, man. I got like a fungible amount of grime on my teeth. Or like I got fungible grime on I got homogenized grime on my teeth. And it's pretty fucking fungible. I don't know. Well, fungible is a nice word. It sounds nice. You know, I'm fucking... My dad would throw pickles against the ceiling in the food court. And he'd say, "Watch this." And he'd throw it up, and it would stick on the ceiling. It would just stay there. Maybe it was a piece of meat or something. I think it was a pickle. That was really funny. How did you know it would stick? He's like, because I've done this before. He threw a carpet out his window one time in a high-rise apartment building. Well, I wore deodorant today. It'll probably last till tomorrow. I can keep it on for Dance Girl. Brush these cocksucking teeth. I can't wait to go to bed. I love my firm mattress too. I'm super into a firm mattress. Probably gonna return my Costco topper. Should get on that. They have an infinite return policy. You can return it anytime. 10 years later, you can return it. But really, you really can. I don't use it anymore. But I was thinking, I really like a firm mattress. How firm? Well, too firm has never been firm enough at this point. So why don't I just take my mattress back and keep the topper and put the topper on top of the box spring? Have it even firmer. Put the topper on the floor. Just try it out with Dance Girl. It's weird. I'm not sure if this is love, but I don't necessarily desire for Dance Girl to punch me in the balls and harm me. I feel like just hanging out naked would be fun enough. Maybe I'm vanilla. I have a cocksucking headache. And caffeine withdrawal. I got the new magnetic clip for my magnetic wire charger. You know, this isn't supposed to be a real video. I already have finished the video. I'm just keeping you company now. I need you to fall asleep to my voice. And you know, you can judge me too. You can see you sound a little bit try hard there. Like Allie. You're trying a little too hard. You know, we see through you. Hey, that's cool. I don't care. That's part of what makes me relatable. You need that. You look down on that, but only superficially. Deeper, you think, thank God. Thank God a real daddy does it too. You feel completely exonerated by it and validated. I'm like, yeah, I gotta do it. Even right now, I gotta talk more debonair than I am. I'm gonna ham it up. You're supposed to say, I feel like he's performing. You're goddamn right I am. But let me ask you this. Do you remember the interview with Marlon Brando? And he says, we only have so many faces. We're always just acting. You say you're not acting. You say that life isn't just entertainment. That merely life is but a dream is not actually true. That there's some real reality that you have found, the vantage point from which truth and reality can be seen. And that it's not all just a simulation. It's not all just your mind. Well, you're only half right. But anything that you can see or feel or experience is a performance. And even if there's something real, how can you express it without a performance? So don't go calling me an actor and a try-hard. So what's the real part then? The experiencer? I think the person who I heard the word fungible from, Robert Anton Wilson, I think he said the dream is the dreamer. The dreamer is yet another dream. I don't know about that. I have a fucking headache. Well, Osho said something about it too. He really confused me. I can't remember what he said though. I'm trying to think of what do I think though. What's my own experience? I'm like, well, why are you asking me for? I'm just a fraud. I'm just a plagiarist. I'm just a performer. I'm just an entertainer. I'm even entertaining right now. So third rate. If I had any dignity, I'd be blushing right now. I kind of feel like that the dreamer is the dream. That the dreamer doesn't exist. And that's what you're moving towards the light is. You start off as the dreamer, which is not real, and then you realize that it's not real and you become the dream. Oh, but I'm just talking out of my head. I'm just talking out of my mind. Just feels like this is true. I'm so tired. But that's not an excuse. So the dreamer is your ego, your image of yourself, your personal mind. The dreamer is the personal mind. It's not real. It's just your conscience. The dreamer is your conscience. And the dream is your consciousness. And the dream is all of life, like your foot and the lamp and the TV and the mountains and the furthest star. And that's all your consciousness. That's the That's the outside of God. And the inside is awareness, and there's no way of expressing that. It's something that you infer. You only infer awareness. And so the only communication we have is on the outside. And so that's only a performance. And then if we become existence before we die, if our consciousness expands that much, then we're never reborn. And that's what it means to go to heaven. Then we're everywhere. I don't want to be reborn. I want to have a good life. This life, only have to do it once. Okay, you don't have to live over and over again. Just live one good life, and that's enough. You know, there's not that much I want to do. I want to be super hot. I want to pound pussy, taste butthole, and, you know, ride on a Sea-Doo. You know, Sea-Doos are really fun. I wouldn't mind having a nice e-bike. You know, like, they had a nice bike at the Recycled Cycles place. And it was $150. It was a racing bike. I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a nice saddle for my bike. I'm going to sell it as an analog cruiser. Well, I'd like to turn it into an e-bike, really. You know, it would cost $700 plus tax to do that. But then it would cost more. It would cost like $800 because I need a gear cassette thing, and my bike doesn't have a hub, and I would need a rear brakes. It doesn't have rear brakes. It's fucking crazy. What kind of a bike doesn't have rear brakes? Are you kidding me? An Electra Townie? Yeah, the 3i doesn't have rear brakes. You know how you stop it on the rear? You do it with your pedals. Remember those old bikes? You stop them with your pedals? It's one of those kind. But I took out the entire cassette. I took out the hub. It had a hub that changes the gears internally. I fucking took it out. Threw it out for some stupid fucked up reason. And now I have to get a 500 watt motor. That's huge. That'll go like 45 kilometers an hour. Which is cool. I mean, I don't think anyone would ever... it's not like I'd drive it dangerously. But it would be dangerous because the whole bike will fucking fall apart. It's aluminum. And you know what really bothers me? You know what really gets me cranked up? Is that I already have a 1,000 watt motor. And I can't. And what am I supposed to do with that? I have a 72 volt controller too. If I put, even with torque arms, if I put a rear 72 volt 1,000 watt battery motor combo with torque arms, you know, it'd still be dangerous. And you know how much a 72 volt battery costs? A lot. It's not like buying a 48 volts. But if fucking buy... Oh yeah, and then you know what else I gotta do? If I put that big old fucking motor in, I gotta spoke it. Gotta get spokes, and they don't do that at the cycle center. Like, we don't work on e-bikes. So I'd have to learn how to do that. I have to friggin' learn how to do lacing the wheels and then transfer it onto an e-bike. I don't know how I could do that. I mean, then you have to buy the right spokes. You know, you have to get them down to the millimeter. How big is your hub motor? I don't know. Let's take measurements. You're going to have to order spokes. You got to get them right down to the millimeter. Oh, that's a lot of fucking precision. I don't want to do all that. Can't I just buy a wheel that has the motor laced into it already? Yeah, you can buy a kit for $700. Comes with the battery too. 13.4 AH. That means you'll get about 50 kilometers. So what do you think? Yeah. 50 kilometers, going 20 kilometers an hour. You could ride for 2 and something hours. If you pedal, you could ride longer. But then I need Dutch handlebars. Then I need a new seat. Then I need a seat suspension, rear view mirror. You don't have that much money. Why don't you just make it an analog cruiser? Don't make it electric, and then try and sell it. And then if you get any money back from that, use the profits you make to buy an e-bike, to make your own e-bike. And make like a crazy one. Do it on a racing bike or something. You could do that if you really wanted to. Find an old 1990s bike made out of steel. They don't make them like that anymore. And then put your 1,000-watt motor on it and make it actually go 70 kilometers an hour. And sell it as an off-road only bike. And, sell it to a gang stalker who won't get in trouble. They're like, yeah, I'm above the law. But then everyone is in a different faction. But, I see these kids riding these Surons on YouTube. And they go 70 kilometers an hour. And they got they just ride them everywhere. And that's not allowed, I don't think. But no one cares. Sometimes I think they just drive off. If cops try and chase them, they just drive off. They're like, we can escape the cops really easily. We just go, like they're in San Francisco or Hollywood. Like, we just drive down an alleyway. They can't get us. They're not gonna, what are they gonna do? Chase us? Make a citywide search for us? Like Grand Theft Auto? Everyone knows in Grand Theft Auto you get 1 star. As long as you don't hit anyone, he stays at 1 star and then you just disappear. So, I already bought the Townie bike. That costs like $400. So I could use the profits from that once I get it all spruced up. Get the nice seat for it. And just wait for the right person who wants it like that. I know how I'd like it. I think, do people even realize whether this is what they want? And get them a foldy lock, get them a helmet. I've had this long PVC tubing, non-toxic PVC tubing, for doing my weed smoking a long ways before, so the weed smoke, so the vapor isn't too hot. I can't remember if that was how I did it or if I just used an air pump. But I learned how to do it with, just gaping too. So Travis and I would have different sound effects we would try to do. Every one I did was like a zipper or a horse whinny or something. And Travis just did huge volume. But doing that on Spadina Street would be like doing it on King Street. Imagine, if you want to know how powerful Travis is, imagine like one of the best looking guys you've ever seen on King Street, with his bare ass and balls out, with his head in the ground and his ass up on all fours, gaping his ass and inhaling farts in the middle of the daytime. Or I don't remember when it was actually. But I think it was in the daytime. I can't remember though. I only heard about it. I didn't see it. But I mean, with a lot of people going by. Oh man. Yeah, I miss old Vinden. Hope he's doing good. It's pretty zipping. I felt cooler when I was with him. He's cooler than me. I clipped my nails today. I was happy to do it. You wait till it's too long. But not me. But I was still like, oh yeah, these need to be clipped. I can't wait to go to bed. I literally can't fucking wait. It's gonna be so amazing. I should go to bed right now. I think I might. You know what? I'm gonna go make my bed. I'm gonna take you with me. Microphone might cut out though. I'm gonna brush these cocksucking teeth. Okay, let's see here. So I have 2 layers of cotton flannel. Some kind of cotton and flannel. There you go. And then there's another blanket. Yeah, no, that's too many blankets. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna do a brown one. The green one is too heavy. And then, but sometimes it's cold. Okay, so the bed is nice and made. I'm gonna keep the Xbox on. I'm gonna keep the Xbox turned on. I'm gonna brush these teeth over here. We have a nightlight in our bathroom. This is a motion detector. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Ew. Yeah. I don't like that. This thing is splashing up. That's terrible. So we have this weird plug, and the water goes right down the middle of the hole, but then it bounces up from down in the middle. I think Kanye West is targeted. Okay. Now, part of the the joy of peeing on someone's face, which is what I imagine doing. Not that I want to do that, but just while I'm peeing, is what I imagine. Is that you don't have a boner while you pee. And you think, this isn't even turning me on, this is for you. The fact that you'd be down here puts you so far beneath me. It's a real power trip. Barely gotta pee too. You can pee with a boner, some people do it, but some valve has to close. It's not the same. It's one or the other. That's why I don't take it too seriously when guys talk about squirting. I've seen videos of guys. You should see it. You should search on a porn tube site, male squirting. And see what it looks like. Looks like a semi-flaccid dick, just peeing. But it comes out in spurts. Recycling is full. This is gonna get me in trouble. Just leaving the cans on the counter. Ooh. Oh, that was a good one. This volume is. I don't know what's going on here. This. Okay. So, this going on here. Okay. So, I think it's time to go to bed now. So, good night. Good night.